One of the core aspects of Bande Bereho is to redistribute unpaid care work within the family, precisely by engaging men in tasks traditionally Today, 29th October, we are celebrating the International Day for Care and Support to raise awareness globally about the importance and the value for care work, both paid and unpaid care work, and about the need to recognize, to reduce, and to redistribute the care work. One of the core aspects of Bande Bereho is to redistribute unpaid care work within the family, precisely by engaging men in tasks traditionally attributed to women. We want men to care for their children as fathers and to be partners to their wives, not just by providing money, which is the way traditionally men express care, but also by being more involved in child care and in other domestic chores. Evidence from Bande Bereho clearly show that engaging men in unpaid care work and child care specifically is linked with the reduction of domestic violence, more equitable spousal relationships, better parenting, and with better health outcomes for everyone in the family. Even if society might label some of these men who cook, clean, change their children's partners as bewitched by their wives, they themselves see such advantages in their life, and they don't let their neighbors' gossip prevent them from doing the right thing. Investing in engaging men in unpaid care work at scale is therefore an effective strategy to promote gender equality in the families and also across generations, as male children who grow up seeing their fathers involved in it are more likely to do it once they grow up.
Bande Bereho is a gender transformative intervention that is implemented by Rwanda Men's Resource Center, Rwamrek in short. It is implemented in Musanze district, but we started the pilot phase in 2013 up to 2015, and then we tested the scale up in 2019 up to 2022, and now we are scaling up the intervention in 3 districts of Rwanda in collaboration with the Rwanda Biomedical Center, Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, National Child Development Agency.
Neighbor, ule mwenye asubuhi alikataa kukuongelesha, mwambie MC amesema sasa utaniongelesha. So just turn to someone next to you and to tell them Happy International Day of Care and Support 2025. And so to everyone that is outside right now and you're able to hear me, we are kindly So I want to pass this microphone to at least 2 or 3 people. Na kwanza nataka volunteer. Acha nione nani wanajua kuvolunteer. Hivyo ndo nilipata hii kazi. Mwenye atashikilia hii microphone. Kuja, ungekuwa ushafika. Tumpigie makofi akikam tafadhali. Hadi afike until she gets here. Bado. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. Perfect. So I'd love to hear from at least 3 people. What comes to your mind when you hear about care and support? Ama ni nini unajua kuhusu mambo na International Day of Care? Not just International Day of Care. Ama care work ni nini kwako? Acha nione mkono mahali popote. Let me see a hand. Let me see a hand. She'll bring the microphone to you. There's someone there. Perfect. Ungekusha fika. So DJ kikimbia unacheza kaa wewe. Yeah, there was a hand somewhere there. Ndo huyo. Perfect. Kulikuwa na mwingine hapa? Nakuja kwako tu saa hii usijali. So what comes to your mind ukisikia care work? Care work ni nini and all that? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, morning. When I hear about care work, always I usually think about love and sharing. Yeah, sharing when you're doing work in workplaces. Yeah.
So caring and sharing in workplaces, that is very beautiful. Mse mwingine, ukisikia hiyo jina care work, ni nini inakuja kwa akili yako? What comes to your mind when you hear the word care work? Let me see another response. Hakuna mwingine? Yes, there is a gentleman there. And I think anafanya kwa organization ya agriculture, if I'm not wrong.
Exactly. Julius Mundia, Association of Women in Agriculture Kenya. Care work ni kama battery ya gari. Hakuna kitu kinaanza bila care work. Naona umenyoroka, umekuwa msafi, kiatu inang'ara, hiyo ni care work. Bila hiyo hamna kitu.
Perfect. So amesema care work ni kama battery ya nini? Battery ya gari. Such a very great analogy. Hiyo pande, what is care work? I want to hear from this side. Maybe someone this side. There's a hand. There's a hand. Oh, there's a hand here, by the way. Asante. And for those coming in, just feel free to take a seat anywhere. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, Monica Kinyanjui from Women for Dementia Africa. Care work, nikifikiria juu ya care work, nafikiria stress, hard work, na sleepless nights.
That's a very beautiful take. Akisikia care work, anasikia mambo na stress, na sleepless night and all that. It's beautiful because that is the work of caregivers. So anyone, at least two more people, and then we call it and then we begin our program. Anyone else? What comes to your mind when you hear the word care work? Care work, care work, care work. There is a hand there. I see a hand there. Pale tu hapo katikati. Aya, asante.
I'm James Kioko from Odhabiti. Whenever I hear care work, I think of advocacy. I also think of support. I also think of giving service, and more so to the less fortunate or the ones with functional limitation. Thank you.
Wow, that's very wonderful. When he hears the word care work, he goes direct to issues of advocacy, especially to those who are less fortunate and also those who are able differently. That's very beautiful. So the last person who is closing us up for this morning session. Yes, I see a hand here. There's someone there, very beautiful. Atupatie her take.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Arua from Restoring Dignity Foundation in Korogosho. Mm-hmm. So as for me, when I think of care work or I hear care work, it kind of relates to taking care, let me not use the same word, but offering support, either paid or unpaid, to persons in need.
Okay, so offering support, paid or unpaid, to someone in need. Sindio, I think the keynote or the highlight of what she has said is someone in need. And I love, ni nani ule alisema that akisikia care anasikia tu stress. Ako wapi? Akisikia care anasikia sleepless night. See, that is the reality of care work sometimes. Ukweli ama uongo? Because there are some nights that are sleepless. But for you as a care worker, you ensure that you give someone dignity, to the work that you give. And because of that, I want to give you a care package. Tell your neighbor, the MC is giving you a care package. And so I want you, all of us, if you're able to stand, let us stand up for a minute. Tusimame tu mahali popote ambapo ulipo. So DJ, this is now your time. Utakuwa unacheza kama wewe. Simama mahali popote ambapo ulipo. And then, I want everyone, if you're able to stand, let us stand. And now, this is what I want us to do. Please come in front. So I want you to face the back of your neighbor. Sawa sawa? Angalia tu mgongo yake. So geuka. Perfect. Nimeona una get. Na ni kama already mlikuwa na Mwakenya. Naona kuna wenye wameanza kufanya hivi. Hapana, tulia. Omba consent wewe. Chukua consent. Sasa. So we are going to do a care package before we begin our day. I know that care work is very stressful sometimes, but that is the main reason why we are here this morning. So one line, mama, line moja hivi straight, mkiangaliana. Yes, mom, face that other side. So as the DJ plays music, I want you to give that person a care package. And by that I mean, you put your, perfect. Put your hands up. Aya, sijui siku ya mwisho alipatiwa massage lini ya kuambiwa, I see you, I recognize you, I value your work. Sasa DJ ukicheza mambo yako, mpatie care package. Twende kazi DJ. Aya. Vizuri, mpatie massage mzuri. I want to see you guys. Give them a perfect care package. Hawajawahi pata. Bado. We can do better than that. Twende. Ehe. Unaweza muuliza, how are you feeling? Unafeel aje jameni? Aya. Kuna hii hapa, twende hivi. Ehe, twende. Aya. That is nice. Siwaoni. We can do better than that. Twende. Ehe. Kuna ile inaitwa knuckles. Mfanyie vizuri, twende. Aya. DJ kidogo. DJ, a minute. Aya, na wasi wa sound pia mnaweza niongezea hapa sound kidogo. Naona mzee fulani hapa, since niingia hapa hakukuwa na smile. Sasa naona meno yadi huku mwisho. Baba! Aya DJ, twende kazi. Tuendelee. Care package. We can do better. Tuendelee. Bado. Gonga. Aya. Bado. Aya, kidogo. 1 minute. Now, because you've already received your care package, mimi sijapatiwa care package. Sasa geuka. Si ndio? Twende kazi DJ. Aya, twende.
Tenje natumia ni matunda, single sikai tena na tresuda. Ule ni nani kokona akona mbu.
Siwaoni, twende. Mpatie vizuri ya care package. Aya. Twende. Siwaoni. Twende.
not just by providing money, which is the way traditionally men express care, but also by being more involved in child care and in other domestic chores. Evidence from Bandebereho clearly show that engaging men in unpaid care work and child care specifically is linked with the reduction of domestic violence, more equitable spousal relationships, better parenting, and with better health outcomes for everyone in the family. Even if society might label some of these men who cook, clean, change their children's partners as bewitched by their wives, they themselves see such advantages in their life, and they don't let their neighbors' gossip prevent them from doing the right thing. Investing in engaging men in unpaid care work at scale is therefore an effective strategy to promote gender equality in the families and also across generations, as male children who grow up seeing their fathers involved in it are more likely to do it once they grow up.
Bandebereho is a gender transformative intervention that is implemented by Rwanda Men's Resource Center, Rwamurek in short. It is implemented in Musanze district, but we started the pilot phase in 2013 up to 2015, and then we tested the scale up in 2019 up to 2022, and now we are scaling up the intervention in 3 districts of Rwanda in collaboration with the Rwanda Biomedical Center, Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, National Child Development Agency.
Today, 29th October, we are celebrating the International Day for Care and Support to raise awareness globally about the importance and the value for care work, both paid and unpaid care work, and about the need to recognize, to reduce, and to redistribute the care work. One of the core aspects of Bandebereho is to redistribute unpaid care work within the family, precisely by engaging men in tasks traditionally attributed to women. We want men to care for their children as fathers and to be partners to their wives, not just by providing money, which is the way traditionally men express care, but also by being more involved in child care and in other domestic chores. Evidence from Bandebereho clearly show that engaging men in unpaid care work and child care specifically is linked with the reduction of domestic violence, more equitable spousal relationships, better parenting, and with better health outcomes for everyone in the family. Even if society might label some of these men who cook, clean, change their children's partners as bewitched by their wives, they themselves see such advantages in their life, and they don't let their neighbors' gossip prevent them from doing the right thing. Investing in engaging men in unpaid care work at scale is therefore an effective strategy to promote gender equality in the families and also across generations, as male children who grow up seeing their fathers involved in it are more likely to do it once they grow up.
Bandebereho is a gender transformative intervention that is implemented by Rwanda Men's Resource Center, Rwamurek in short. It is implemented in Musanze district, but we started the pilot phase in 2013 up to 2015, and then we tested the scale up in 2019 up to 2022, and now we are scaling up the intervention in 3 districts of Rwanda in collaboration with the Rwanda Biomedical Center, Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, National Child Development Agency.
It's so, it's so, it's so, it's so, it's so beautiful. Living in the world today, witness life's miracle. Then you're freed from pain again. This is why we pray, even in the darkest times. This is why we pray, and we learn to seek the light. This is why we pray, even when it hurts inside. This is why we pray, may our love provide. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so, it's so beautiful. Hear the way life calls your name, even in this crowded space. We still feel it the same. Again, listen, this is why we pray, even in the darkest time. This is why we pray, may we learn to seek the light. This is why we pray, even when it hurts inside. This is why we pray, if we learn to just open up. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so, so beautiful. It's
That's a big up Fred Irie.
So good morning, everyone. You can hear me now? Yeah, so my name is Rosemary Bowen. I come from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Yes. Yeah, so I want us to start. I know our guests are almost here, the rest of the guests. But I want us to start. I would like to ask those that are standing outside to come in. I'm sure you are able to hear me. Kindly come in so that we can begin together. So our chief guest is not yet here, but he will be here shortly. So I would like us to start to know each other, where the institutions where we come from, and also our role there. Anyone still outside? Okay, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you that you have given us the opportunity even to congregate in this place, even because of the launch of this important report. We want to thank you even for every person that has been invited even to this event. We want to pray for those that are yet to arrive here, that you are going to quicken their steps. And even as we continue in the deliberations and in the entire program, we want to welcome you here. We want to pray that your name will be glorified. We honor you and we worship you, for we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. So kindly let's settle down. I would like us to introduce ourselves, the institutions where we come from, and the role that we play. As we know our chief guest is almost here, so that we can be able to also save the time. So first of all, just to appreciate that you have come, you have honored our invitation. Thank you very much. So I'll ask someone to help me run the mic. I don't know whether it is Sagire, so that we can introduce each other. So we can go table by table, and then, yes. Okay, so we can go table by table. Let's give our name, the institution where we come from, and the role that we play. Welcome.
All right, good morning. Good morning once more. My name is Linda Akitela. I am with the AUND program under the SDGs Kenya Forum. I serve as a UN Youth Representative to the United Nations General Assembly.
Good morning. My name is Eddie Omundu, KNBS.
Good morning. My name is Mary Mbithi from Department of Economics and Development Studies, University of Nairobi, and also the lead researcher at University of Nairobi, Women's Economic Empowerment Hub.
Morning. My name is Elizabeth Obanda. I work for UN Women. I lead our work on women's economic empowerment, and I've actually been leading the work on development of the national policy on care. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beatrice Kataka from Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Head Gender Department.
Morning. I am Patience Makungu from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Maureen Kavai, a representative from Come Together Widows and Orphans Organization, Programs Department.
Good morning. I'm Freddy Konyambu, Country Director, Global Fund for Widows.
Morning, I'm Dorcas Achieng. I'm an engineering technologist at the State Department for Water and Sanitation.
Thank you. So tell us a little bit more. Apart from telling us the institution where you come from, tell us what you think this product that we are going to launch today will help your work. Yeah, let's go on.
Good morning, everyone. I have the privilege to be the first one. My name is Dennis Chunge. I work for grassroots organizations operating together in sisterhood, Roots Kenya. Wow. Unpaid care and domestic work is a huge barrier to grassroots women in the context we work in. And so this work is really progressive and helps us to advocate for more policy work and interventions that help us reduce, recognize, and redistribute care work. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Arnold Gekonge, the Executive Director of Champions for Sustainable Development Goals Youth Organization. And today I've joined this important convening because at our organization we focus on education for young people on one of the SDGs, which is number 8, decent work and economic growth. And I recognize that unpaid domestic care work is one of that area which is important to pay attention to and to create awareness and carry out advocacy to ensure that we also achieve those targets of that goal. Thank you, and I look forward to the engagement today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jamila Mohammed from Desire Youth Initiative. Hey, I'm presenting communication department here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Medina Ibrahim from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Communications Department. This report is yet another product by KNBS, and my role will be to help in disseminating the findings to different audiences so that those who need the data can use them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bridget Rugube with the SDG Kenya Forward as the SDG lead. I think the report will help us in our work in just amplifying the voices of the marginalized groups, including women, youth, persons with disabilities, and just ensuring that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Benjamin Charagu from the Open Institute. I'm the Partnerships Director. Part of the work that we do is highlighting various aspects with regards to what citizens are going through, and working together also with state agents and government as well to be responsive to those aspects that the citizens' priorities are concerned. Now, the report will be speaking towards the gaps that are are seen or found with where we talk about leave no one behind as a SDG concept. But ideally, it's how do we then use this report to bring those voices, as it has been mentioned before, and how do we then use the report to enhance that voice and be able to bring those priorities to the limelight so that it can be useful and be able to bring up these communities to a place where they can find delivery of services and stuff like that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monamisi Kibwebwe. I work with ActionAid International Kenya. I believe the report is critical, mainly in acknowledging the value of unpaid care work in economic systems, and also when it comes to women's economic empowerment. So we are here just to see what is in the report. Thank you.
Hamjambo nyote, Yel Nwanzala Meshak, kutoka kwa afisi ya katibu Bwana Boniface Barasa Makoha, idara ya mawasiliano ama press. Hicho ndicho kimetuweka hapa.
Good morning. I'm Rachel Akoth from State Department for Trade. I'm representing my director.
Good morning. I'm Rosemary Juma. I serve as the programs manager at Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, KEWOPA. I'm looking forward to seeing the findings of this report so that we can see what legislative proposals we can pick out from it, and also continue advocating for more policies and laws in terms of the unpaid care work. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Muganda.
I'm a health and science journalist with the Standard newspaper. I'm here to document the report and to write more about whatever comes out of it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lynn Karimi from the National Treasury State Department for Economic Planning. The report that is here to be launched today, it's quite in line with the Kenya Vision 2030 and also the SDG, particularly on gender equity and women empowerment. It's also, the report today will also showcases the importance of effective interrogation, especially through the UN Women and also SDG Kenya Forum.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Willie Somondi. I'm representing Global Peace Foundation, and this report will help us in one way or another in supporting the peace-building programs through social justice and empowerment, as it aligns with one of our core principles, which is every person has intrinsic value, dignity, and fundamental right. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Doris Umbua from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I'm a statistician, and I was privileged also to be a producer of the report. For us, we are happy to hear the expectations from different organizations, and we hope the report will be able to address those issues. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diram Duba. I'm a program officer at the National Gender and Equality Commission. Mine is to listen in and know what's in the report, and also to be able to continue amplifying the voices of the special interest groups that we work with.
Good morning. My name is Jerusha from National Gender and Equality Commission. Mine is to listen to the data of the report so that we're able to push for new policies for the paid care workers. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bridget Mwangi, also from the National Gender and Equality Commission. For me, I think this report would be essential in finding how the Commission can help support care work for women and other special interest groups. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marlene from the National Gender and Equality Commission. I am representing the Gender and Women Division. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Aswani. I work with the SDGs Kenya Forum. One of the reasons I think we are here today is because unpaid care work has been recognized. And so through the report, then it will help us to understand how best can we disseminate it. Even besides recognition, there is so much that can happen within the report, and voices can continue to be amplified in different ways. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pacifica Lucy Ongecha, a member of the County Assembly, but representing Groots Kenya, grassroots organization operating together in Sisterwood. And I'm excited to be here because this report will give us a view of the economic value, of course, and because the grassroots women are engaged in a lot of unpaid care work, so we get to understand what is the economic value for it. So it will empower us to go and do a lot of sensitization to our women at the grassroots level. And I was also fortunate to participate on behalf of Groots Kenya in the policy formulation for unpaid care work. And I picked up from there that when I went to the assembly, that I needed to do a policy formulation for childcare centers, because that becomes a hindrance of most of the women to engage in economic activities. So I'm actually doing a bill on regularizing the childcare centers in Kiambu County. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edward Utau Masharia from Groots Kenya. I am a man for women champion. And my work here, or my role here, is as we launch this report, is to champion and even to increase my championing strength as I champion in the role and the need to include more men in the campaign for domestic and unpaid care work.
Morning, everyone. My name's Pamela Ejira. I come from Roots Kenya, grassroots organization operating together in sisterhood. I'm representing women, grassroots women from Mathare sub-county, and I've come here to learn a lot and get this report directly to the grassroots women down there at my area of capacity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Pacifica Okemwa. I have a namesake on the table, so it's exciting. And I'm a lecturer in Kenyatta University, a researcher, and we've talked about this domestic work and child care for many, many years. And so for me, one of the things I want to really see is, at a national level, what is the data saying, and how can we use it in furthering our research work? Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Amakove Wala, and I chair the association called House Managers Agencies Association, which is bringing together businesses that do placement of domestic workers in Kenya. I'm quite curious to see whether the report is highlighting the child who's at home, because I realize we focus a lot on children who are sent in the centers, and we forget the child who's being raised by a domestic worker in the household. So we'd be very glad to see what conversations are around that part in terms of care work. Asante.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daphne Mushai. I work with WAFAC, Women Farmers Association of Kenya. I'm happy that we were involved in the policy formulation of domestic and care work, and now excited that there's a launch on the value of that. Mine is to find out and see how it speaks to the development agencies, and more specifically on agri-food systems. What has it spoken about the woman who is the producer of food and also a caregiver? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Phoebe Okoth. I'm a member of the House Managers Agencies Association. I'm happy to be part of this meeting today. And my greatest takeaway that I want to look forward after this meeting is to see if this report is going to show us the value of the unpaid care work. If someone is to be paid to work at home, what value would we give? And that is the focus on these domestic workers. Are we valuing them? And if we are valuing them, are we putting them as a priority in this launch? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. George Evans Owino, an associate research scientist at the African Population and Health Research Center, where our vision is to transform lives in Africa through research. At APHRC, I'm doing research within the Early Childhood Development unit, and one of our signature issues is to improve early childhood development outcomes through nurturing environments. Nurturing environments include issues of care and domestic work. And so for us, this report speaks to the idea of seeking to improve environments, the caregivers, if the work they do is valued and also is part of the national accounting system, then everyone in the country can be able to value it, and resources can be allocated to help support infrastructure and other aspects of care work. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Purity from Christian Aid. So for me, this is very, very interesting, because at Christian Aid, we push for agri-food system and market system, especially for women and girls. As Daphne has mentioned, women and girls are the producers mostly, but yet they are not counted when it comes to economic value. So we want to see how can this inform our programming, especially in the agri-food and market systems, and how can we ensure that as we advocate for women economic empowerment and women economic justice, it has value. It has been, there are policies, there are frameworks to advocate for that. So I'm really looking forward to the study. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dondo Helen from African Gender and Media Initiative Trust, known GEM Trust. I'm a program advocacy officer, and I really know that the report will empower our advocacy on women rights issues. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bonyo Miruka from the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. I'm a senior gender officer. And we are equally looking forward to the launch of the report because we'd really want to come up with designs of programs and activities that speak to care work. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. This is Amos Orumi. I'm from the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. As the State Department, we are very particular in matters of gender equality and the women empowerment. So I'm looking forward for the report to be designed in a way that it will be lead to designing of effective policies towards empowerment of women. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Geoffrey Mumanyi I'm a monitoring and evaluation officer from Public Finance Management Secretariat, National Treasury. I'm here to learn more about economic value of unpaid domestic and care work.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rose Wanjiko, currently attached at Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I'm glad to see, and it's a privilege to be here in this event. And I'm here to learn how KNBS is providing its mission. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Daphne Atieno, an attaché at KNBS. I'm happy to come here and learn about the launch of economic value of unpaid domestic care work report. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anne. I'm from APDK, Association for the Physically Disabled of Kenya. I'm happy to learn that finally the sacrifice that caregivers of children with disability give, and seeing that finally you've been able to even value it like economic value of the sacrifice that they give, because you find that at times there are those who will not be able to leave their parents. They'll forever be with their parents, and there are those who've already been empowered, are independent, but there was a sacrifice that their parents did, the caregivers. So I'm happy to see that finally they have been recognized and some value has been placed on that. And also to use the finding of this report to advocate for their rights. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jasmine Wambui. I am a reporter at Citizen Television. My job here today is to give the key highlights of the report to the rest of the nation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lilian Esemere. I'm a gender and safeguarding specialist, currently working as an independent consultant. My goal here, a member of the SDG Forum as well. My goal here is to gather more insights regarding the research findings and see how these research findings can be translated into effective policies and, most importantly, practices, and how we can institutionalize these findings in terms of promoting safeguarding measures and safeguarding requirements that are geared towards protecting vulnerable populations in particular. I'll be more keen to see how it translates into issues of child labor, how we have unlimited social protection mechanisms for domestic, unpaid domestic workers and care people, and also the extent which we are having abuses, exploitation, and different forms of discrimination, and how as practitioners we can have more safe working conditions for these vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Colleagues, good morning. My name is Brian Kavua. I work with Care Kenya. And in Care Kenya, our programming is in three very important pillars, and one of them is gender equality and women empowerment. And we also have emergency response, food, water, and nutrition. So why this report is very important for us in our programming work is we will utilize this report as a very crucial evidence as we are designing our advocacy initiatives across the country. Thank you so much, and I'm very glad to be here today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa Mungina. I'm a reporter with Talk Africa and Success Africa. I'm here to document what will come out of the launch, and the key findings.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. So my name is Julianne Ngoiri. I work for Women's Empowerment Link, which is a non-government, non-partisan organization. We work in 4 thematic areas, that is transformative leadership and governance, elimination of violence against women and girls, economic empowerment, and climate justice. So I'm looking forward to hear the insights of this report, and I'm sure it will enhance our advocacy work in women's rights, and also see how it relates to the work that we do in the development sector as practitioners, and also in our programming, basically. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joel Reya. I'm an economist in the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. And the fact that we are launching this report today is evidence that care work is being recognized in Kenya, given that it follows the launch of the Time You Survey in 2021. And care work is actually the 5th sector of the economy, after the primary sector, the secondary sector, the tertiary sector, and the quaternary sector, because it anchors all the other sectors. And computing the economic value of care work, I know will do something on our GDP. Thank you.
I am Jim Mwanda, an editor at JLC News. I'm here to document and disseminate key findings to the public.
Good morning. My name is Noah Dipo, Youth Leadership Movement. I'm looking forward to see what is in the report. Hello. It is good to see worker being recognized, and this is a tool for advocacy. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nixon Kichinda, a reporter at ATG Radio. I'm here to cover the event to our audience.
Good morning. I'm Douglas Kirohi. I represent local, that is a local community resilience network. It's a group that brings together CSOs, self-help groups, youth and PWD groups within Nyandarua County. I'm also a member of SDG Kenya. As a youth leader, I would like to know how it has affected youths in the care work and also in the domestic work, and how they can benefit economically so as to empower them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bosco Olengia. I'm a senior economist at the State Department for Economic Planning, representing my director, William Komu. In our department, we deal with SDGs, where these care work and also economic values are being entrenched. So I'm looking forward for this report where we can see if we can come up with a policy for implementation purposes. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Teresa Moncheri. I work with Africa Youth Trust, and our organization, we deal with access to justice and security, working with marginalized women or women that experience sexual and gender-based violence, as well as we work under Climate Smart. So we have been in this space of discussing on and making advocating for decent work. So this report will work well from us. So I'm here to see how it's going to answer, or it will impact on the work we have been advocating for, and if it has really carried or captured the concerns that were raised or we intend to be addressing in the care work, decent work, and the entire economic value for women and girls, ideally. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lilian Ochiel. I'm a gender officer working with Hope and Beyond for Women. We generally work with women mostly in slum areas and girls. So our work generally is to see how these women are striving to live day-to-day life, and this report will help us to know even how to reach out for these women who are struggling to survive day by day. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Peter Nilsson. I work at Statistics Sweden. We're working together with Kenya, Sweden and Kenya, with KMBS to produce statistics and cooperate in many areas. One of them, very important area, is the gender area. So we've been part of the production of this report, and also together with UN Women and with Statistics Finland, actually, our neighboring country in Sweden. So yeah, we have made sure this report follows international standard, which it does, and I think it's a very great report, actually. Hopefully it will be used in Kenya in many ways. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Florence Sievo from the SDGs Kenya Forum. For us, we believe that, of course, it's time to give urgency to the issues of unpaid care work. So this is a very timely conversation, and the report comes in very timely. And also among the civil society, how do we continue or continuously showcase this conversation, and how do we implement some of the recommendations? Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning. My name is Oganga Kannabel. I work for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and I'm seconded to UN Women under the Women Count program on gender statistics, production and utilization. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hiram Bhatia. I'm from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and I'm part of the team that developed this report.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Godfrey Biero. I work for Disabled Inclusion Node Association, which is a women-led organization which uses sports to champion for the rights of the person with disability. I'm looking forward to see the report and how we can use the findings to champion the rights for PWDs in the informal settlement. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Selina Mwende here. I represent House Managers Association. I also run an agency. I'm very excited to be here. I actually was telling her I'm very happy that we have got a lot of conversation around domestic care. And I am very happy that the government is really recognizing, because in the 10 years that I've run my agency, I've had many stories, and I'm very happy that it is now coming to pass that without the kind of work women and do, we cannot have a strong economy. So I'm very happy to be here and to learn, you know, because information is power. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nancy Nafula. I work for KIPRA. I'm happy to be here because as KIPRA, we are implementing a project on looking at how the women economic empowerment policy is being implemented, and also the national care policy once it's approved. And I'm here with my colleague. I think she'll introduce herself. I'm happy that we have managed to actually value come up with an economic value of unpaid care and domestic work, because this is one of the requirements as far as the Beijing Platform for Action is concerned. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joan Cherop Gloria. I work at Kudeiha. This is a trade union that represents workers in various sectors, including domestic sector. I am glad that the government is now recognizing that domestic workers has an economic value. And the launch of this report is good. This report itself, I believe, is going to help us further the representation of domestic workers in terms of their labor rights, including minimum wages to be implemented by the employers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emily Mweni, part of the team that was developing this report. I work for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you.
Good morning. I think people are using microphone, but they are just. I think the need of a microphone is to also to enhance the voice. I'm Caleb Wanga. I work for Usalama Reforms Forum. This is a security sector reforms platform. And I'm also the secretary of Kenya Civil Society Alliance on Organized Crime, where a lot of issues associated with the domestic work are located. And I was also funnily interested in the title of the report because when slave trade was banned in around 1880 something, still using the word of unpaid domestic worker reminds us of slave trade. So maybe we need to start thinking forward away from some of the wordings in English, which help us to reflect on the sad history of humanity. And I'm also very happy to hear several actors, stakeholders in this room that are directly involved in this issue. And I hope the report will accommodate everybody's view. I know there was stakeholder consultation towards development of the report, but I hope in terms of implementation, it will be stronger so that we stop slave trade that is going on still in the domestic spaces of workers. Actually, slave trade took only different dimensions. The one that the West and the Arabs were involved, and what is happening where people are working in houses and they are not paid. And sadly, we still, Christian reports unpaid domestic workers. It reflects slave trade. But I hope as Kenyans we are going to do more. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Kariuki. I'm a reporter. I'll be glad to go to document on the statistic we talk about.
Good morning. My name is Blandina Bobson. I work for Marsico. And this report is important because most of our work is in the ASALs. And if you remember the statistics from the Time Use Survey, Marsabit was leading in terms of the amount of time that women spend on unpaid care and domestic work. Then the second thing, there's a huge gap in terms of care programming in the ASALs. We only have it in the urban. I haven't seen any actors in the ASALs. So essentially, this report will help us to inform our programs, but also advocate for the recognition of care work for women in the ASALs, and also advocate for their rights. Thank you.
Good morning. They normally say Kenyans don't respond to the first good morning. Good morning. Glad to be here at last. My name is Crispin Afifu. I work with the International Center for Research on Women. And we've interacted with most of you, especially in the development of the national care policy and all those other things. But my takeaway is that at least the government is working now. For those who read and study the MTP4, the government committed to respond to the issues of unpaid care and domestic work, and so this is one of the ways to do so. So I'm glad that at last the value is being attached. But most importantly, it's a journey towards establishing the household satellite account. So I'm the happiest guy around here for these steps that are being made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afivo. I think we stop it there. Thank you very much. We have our guests here present with us. So I think we will stop the introductions and then we'll continue. So welcome our chief guest and the rest of the guests. We will be upstanding shortly so that we can begin with the national anthem and the East African Community Anthem. Kindly lead us from that side. Let's be upstanding.
Nguvu yetu. Okay. Sorry for that. Thank you very much, our chief guest and the rest of the guests that have been able to find time to be with us this morning during the launch of the economic value of unpaid domestic and care work in Kenya. It is the inaugural report, and we want to really appreciate that you found time to be able to be here. Thank you, everyone from every other institution that was invited, and you honored our invitation. My name is Rosemary Bowen. I work at the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and I am glad even to be the MC this morning, to be able to run the program for us to be able to get to the point of the launch of this particular report. I just want to say that this morning, we've been able to get here in this particular situation where we are able to launch the report because of the support of the government of Kenya, the support of UN Women, the support of World Bank, the support of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and the Gates Foundation that has supported us in terms of ensuring that we are able to process the report. There are other institutions that have also helped us in the report that we were able to produce fast to be able to develop the household satellite account. That is the Time Use survey. We were supported also by Oxfam and other government institutions and non-government institutions. And so this morning we are very, very glad that we are here to launch the report. And just to give a brief history, the first source of the data that we have used to develop the HSA is the Time Use survey. After developing the Time Use survey, that was a module in the Kenya household, it was a KCHS survey that was mainly to collect data for poverty estimation. We were able to develop a report to estimate the amount of time that the households, individuals in households are spending on both, we call it work that is domestic in nature, that mostly it is not accounted for in our accounting system. But after developing the report, then there was a needs assessment that was done by the State Department for Gender in collaboration with KNBS and the UN Women. And we realized that there was a need for care. And there is a care policy that was developed, which currently is in the cabinet level. And after that, we thought that we should be able to value the domestic and care work that had not before been measured in terms of value. And we were able to get support in terms of technical support, and we were able to travel to Mexico. There is an Institute of Geography in 2022 that was able to develop our capacity as KNBS and other stakeholders. And a follow-up of capacity building was done with the support of Statistics Sweden in Statistics Finland. With that support, then, we've been able, through the journey from 2022, to develop this report that is going to be launched today. So, in that, with those few highlights, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Director General of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to give us opening remarks. Welcome, Director General. Kindly let's clap for him.
To our chief guest, the PS State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, to our guest, PS in charge of the PS in charge of the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Madam Anne Wangombe, the representative, the country rep for the UN Women, who has actually always supported us, Madam Antonio Sodonon. And I have a number of my colleagues from the sagas within the SDEP. I can see Wakili Kenneth Mwige here. I can see my colleague, Dr. Elda Onsomu, the Executive Director, Kipra. My colleague, Ambassador Dr. Samora Okwia, he's here. My chairman of the board, and chairman, you are seated very far away. My chairman of the board, Dr. Daniel Amanja, is here. He's the chairman of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I'm able to see the CEO of the SDG Kenya Forum, Madam Florence Yovo. I'm able to see the representative from the Statistics Sweden, Peter Nilsson, with us here. My colleague directors from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I'm able to see a number of guests. I'm seeing Professor Waudo here from KU, and the house is full for sure. I'm very happy to see a number of colleagues, a number of friends, and a number of development partners, colleagues that we have worked with for a very long time. First of all, I have to be very sorry for the delay that has occurred. There are a number of programs that were there, but then another one came in between that was not planned for earlier. And that has taken a bit of time for our chief guests, and so that's why we are starting at this time. We are very sorry for that. And kindly accept our apologies for that delay. It is something that we are not able to avoid. Because we have taken quite a bit of time before starting, I'll not take any more time, because we have presentation to make, we have speeches to listen to, and so mine is to welcome you to this function today, and I'm very happy that a long journey that we have been walking is now getting to a point where we have
a report to launch today. Why do I talk of this? Many years ago, when I was director in charge of population and social statistics, it was a number of years ago actually, we tried for a number of years to have time use survey undertaken. But each time the government allocated some funds, we were not able to get the rest. And each time the UN Women allocated some funds, we were not able to get what to top it up with. And that happened many times until now God sent again UN Women in a bigger way to open doors. And through that, we were able to undertake the time use survey. Now, it is the first time that we have done that. And beyond the report that we released, we had to soldier around and get and come up with what we are now going to launch today, that is on the household satellite account, which then goes a long way in improving our GDP. We have always calculated our GDP based on the System of National Accounts 2008, and that is the standard. Then there is the extended GDP, which my colleague is going to take us through. In fact, I told my colleague in the evening yesterday that much as you've told me to present, kindly, Bwana Mushiri, you are going to make this presentation because you'll be faster. You'll be able to do faster. He's a subject specialist in that area. So he'll be very fast when it comes to that. And I think with that kind of arrangement, things will move faster. We will not take so much of your time here. With that, I would want to stop at that point. I'm very happy that we are now made one step after the other. I think in Africa, it is Ghana that has done this kind of work. We had to go all the way to Mexico to learn on how now to generate the household satellite account. And then you've been told by Rosemary that Finland also came in to give us technical support. We have gotten a lot of support for us to get to where we are today. And so that means a lot of capacity building has been given. And so we have a number of us, not only from the Bureau, who are now expert in generating the time use survey and coming up with household satellite account. We have enlisted a module on time use survey under the ongoing Kenya Integrated Household Budget Survey that is running for a whole year. We'll be able to get another set of data that we'll be able to use to generate this kind of statistics. And so we expect it now to be a continuous process that we'll be going through. So even for those countries that started ahead of us, we'll overtake them because we have a formula. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, so with that, I know Rosemary will be getting back to the floor, but just to avoid taking so much time, may I invite the Executive Director, SDG Kenya Forum, my friend Florence Sievuo, to give the remarks. Thank you and welcome. Good. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh wow, I like that. And as a start off, maybe let me say that I can attest to the DG's apology that I've been to so many KNBS events and we've not been late. So I hope that we can find it in our hearts to forgive, yeah? Yeah, I think we are good to go. It was good to listen to the different organizations, and apologies to those who didn't introduce themselves. I know I like the principle of leaving no one behind. So allow me to read. I think this will go faster, as the DJ has said. Distinguished guests, representatives from government, development partners, KNBS, members of civil society, media, colleagues, and private sector. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. It's with a great pleasure and honor to stand before you today as we launch this landmark report on the economic value of unpaid care work and domestic work in Kenya. This is more than a publication. It is a call to recognize, to revalue, to rethink how we see work, productivity, equality in our society. And I know you agree with that. I could like to extend our deepest appreciation to all partners who contributed to this report. A lot of teams here seated from different organizations, different institutions, partner organizations, government collaborators, community representatives whose voices shaped these findings. And I can attest that this process has been very, very inclusive, leaving no one behind, especially the non-state actors, and you've had a lot of them in this room. The SDG Kenya Forum has walked this critical journey in partnership with the UN Women under the Making Women and Girl Count program, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, in the analysis, completion of the final report. And for us, we've really seen this kind of collaboration, a very good collaboration, meaning that we have to always collaborate to ensure that we get the products that we are looking for. And of course, we look forward to more and more collaborations, especially amongst different stakeholders. This report brings visibility to what has long been invisible in this country. It quantifies, in economic terms, the immense contribution that unpaid domestic and care work makes to our national economy. By doing so, it provides evidence that care work is not just a private responsibility, it is a public good, essential to our collective well-being and to the functions of our society. And so, for us in civil society, this report is both a resource and a responsibility. It gives us the data we need to advocate for care-sensitive policies, policies that recognize, reduce, redistribute unpaid care work through investments in social infrastructure, childcare, elderly care, and family support systems. And so I will quickly mention a few things. One, recognizing invisible work. It challenges us to push for inclusive economic planning, where the contribution of women in households are valued just as much as those in informal employment. CSOs can use these findings to advocate for recognition and valuation of this essential labor, mostly done by women and girls. Number two, advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. The findings directly relate to SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 10, reduced inequalities. We are saying that, of course, civil society can frame their work within the global development agenda. We need to link our local advocacy to international commitments, and this needs to happen at a country level. Number three, advancing gender equality. This report provides data to support campaigns for equal pay, parental leave, and shared domestic responsibilities between men and women. CSOs working on gender justice can leverage on the report to demonstrate the gendered nature of care work and its impact on women economic empowerment. Number four, strengthening evidence-based advocacy, budget priorities. The report offers credible evidence, quantitative data that can be used to engage policymakers and development partners. And so we are saying that this evidence can be used to strengthen advocacy for care-inclusive policies, such as national budgets that allocate resources to child care, elderly care, and social protection systems. And so we can use this report to push for integration of unpaid care work into national economic planning and our budgeting process. It also gives us a very, very good opportunity for us to have policy dialogues. And I think this is something that has really been lacking on reducing and redistributing care budgets through public investments and infrastructure. And we hope that we don't just stop here having the launch of the report, but we can have policy dialogues. Number five, amplifying voices of communities and care workers. I'm sure you've had a lot of colleagues in the room who are coming from this sector. The report gives legitimacy to the lived experiences of women, community caregivers, informal care providers. And so we can use this report to amplify these voices through community public forums, community dialogues, public solutions that are grounded and that give performance to unpaid care work. Number six, raising public awareness. The launch provides a public education moment for us to shift social norms and challenge stereotypes that undervalue domestic and care work. And therefore, we are saying, and our media engagement is here with us today, that we need to use this report, especially for media engagement, for us to do social media campaigns to build public support for care justice. And this is something that is very interesting. Once we engage communities, we are getting a lot of very good dialogue around how this care work and policies need to look like. And lastly, building partnership and coalitions. The report gives us an opportunity for cross-sector collaborations between government agencies, international organizations, civil society, media, academia, and others. And so it gives us a platform for collective advocacy, joint campaigns on care reforms. As I conclude, ultimately, the care economy is about human dignity, equality, and justice. It's about creating a society where everyone, regardless of their gender, can participate fully in economic, social, and public life. When we recognize and invest in care, we do not only uplift women, we strengthen our entire community. That's both men and women. As we launch this report today, let it not be the end of this engagement. Let us always come together for advanced conversations, but the beginning of the renewed action, dialogue, transformation. Let this be a new beginning for action, dialogue, and transformation. Together, let us build an economy that counts what truly counts, the care that sustains life, work, and progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Edie, for the remarks and the SDG Kenya Forum has really supported us over the period, and something that we are very glad about. We are still we are very good partners in this, and yeah, I've been assigned a role to invite the next speaker, and so it is my pleasure to invite the country rep, UN Women, Madam Antonia Sodonon. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Director General. Dr. Boniface Makoha, Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, our chief guest. My sister, Anne Wangobe, Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. Dr. Daniel Muiri Mamanja, Chairperson, Board of Director, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Dr. MacDonald George Obudo, Director General, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Representative from the Council of Governors, Ms. Florence Sivo, the Executive Director, SDG Kenya Forum. Representative from Development Partner, and I really want to acknowledge here our partners, the Get Foundation and Statistics Sweden. Civil society organization, women's rights organization, partners from the private sectors, distinguished guests, good morning. It is a real pleasure and honor for me to be here today for the launch of the economic value of unpaid care, unpaid domestic and care work in Kenya Report 2025. Colleagues, distinguished guests, let me begin by reflecting on why this report matters, economically as well as socially. Too often care, the work of nurturing and maintaining households and people is invisible, unpaid and undervalued. Yet, it is the foundation on which all economies are built. And let it be clear, without it, no paid work, education, or entrepreneurship would be possible. Globally, the International Labour Organization estimates that women and girls perform about 76% of unpaid domestic and care work, valued at nearly 9% of global GDP, or let me say $11 trillion annually. When we leave this work uncounted, we undervalue our national productivity and our shared prosperity. Here in Kenya, we are changing that narrative. KNBS, together with the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, UN Women, Statistics Sweden, and the SDG Kenya Forum have used the 2021 Kenya Time Use Survey and other data to quantify the value of unpaid care. Because, as you know, what is counted gets attention, and what is measured can be managed. The data tell a compelling story. Women in Kenya spend an average of 4.5 hours per day on unpaid care work, compared with 54 minutes by men. This imbalance creates time poverty, limiting women's and girls' opportunities for education, employment, and leadership. The 2022 National Care Needs Assessment found that care contributes about 6.8% of Kenya's GDP, with women representing 40% of wage employment in care sectors, compared to 24% for men. This trend clearly shows that care work, whether paid or unpaid, sustain our economy, yet remain undervalued and unequally shared. Unpaid and underpaid care work are not social side issues. They are economic drivers whose recognition determines how fast and how fairly our country grows. What does this mean for Kenya development concretely? First, unlocking productivity. Every hour women spend in unpaid care is an hour not spent in income generation or education. Reducing and redistributing unpaid care frees their time for entrepreneurship and employment. Secondly, inclusion will drive growth. When women participate fully, productivity and innovation rise across the country, the economy. Third, care is a source of job creation. Childcare, elder care, disability care, and domestic services can become growth sectors, especially for women and youth. Finally, investing in care builds resilience. As our population urbanizes and ages, care needs will expand. Planning now prevents crisis later. In short, recognizing unpaid care is not charity, it is sound economic policy. This agenda is fully aligned with achieving the SDGs. Florence earlier mentioned SDG 5, gender equality, care, elder care, and infrastructure such as water, transport, and energy that save women time. Third, we must redistribute and professionalize care, promoting shared responsibility within households, adopting family-friendly workplace policies, and formalizing paid care jobs with fair wages and protection. Together, I believe that if implemented, this action will build a vibrant care economy that values human time as much as financial capital. Today, Kenya has a unique opportunity. We already have the data, we have the partnership, and the policy momentum. The cost of inaction is high, it is too high. As care demands rise, the invisible burden on women and the loss to our GDP will only grow. Acting now positions Kenya as a continental leader in care-driven growth, creating jobs, boosting productivity, and advancing gender equality. Today's launch is not simply about a report. It is about a paradigm shift. It is about turning data into decision and recognition into investment. I humbly call on national and county governments to integrate this evidence into the next medium-term plan, to align legal frameworks such as the Matrimonial Property Act 2022 with the value of unpaid care, and to budget for care infrastructure and services. I humbly call on the private sector to see care as an investment frontier that drives productivity. And I call on civil society and communities to promote shared responsibility and change the norms that confine care to women and girls alone. As I conclude, the data we launched today light our path forward from recognition to redistribution to investment towards a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous Kenya for all. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much for what you've shared with us. Actually, going forward, she has mentioned a number of areas that we have to now take care of, and she's talked of a paradigm shift that will really take us to the next level. And I would then like to call upon my chairman of the board to give
the chief guest, our peers, Dr. Boniface, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, Madam Anne. We have chatted this morning about these issues and we have come to some agreement. The DG, Dr. Budho, colleagues in government, development partners, and we are quite many here, the civil society, members of the fourth estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Before I read my written speech, I want first to say thank you to KNBS. And as other speakers have said, let's not stop here. Extended GDP to the layman, they need to be educated. It is trying to bring some value to non-market conditions. We want to quantify, monetize the externalities, both positive and negative. How do they impact on our GDP, the traditional GDP? With that, I'll say on my behalf and that of the board of Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, I'm very happy to be here today to this momentous occasion of the launch of this economic value of unpaid domestic and care work report 2025. I wish to thank you all for taking time from your busy schedule. I know you are very busy people, but you found it fit to be with us to launch this important report. The report brings to the fore contributions of unpaid care and domestic work to the formal economy, which has been excluded in the past. The way we compute GDP, those who are familiar, is that we only focus on market-determined values, and that enters into our. The Kenyan government remains firmly committed to the gender equality and women empowerment, as is given in our constitution, and also articulated in our development blueprint, particularly the Vision 2030, under the social pillar, and also in the for the medium term plan under the social sector. In this regard, the Bureau, with the support of UN Women, the World Bank, and Oxfam, successfully conducted a time use survey around 2021-2022. The findings revealed the fundamental disparities between women and men in terms of their time use patterns in unpaid domestic and care work, which is often excluded in national accounts statistics in measuring its contribution to our GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, as a board, we are committed to providing strategic policy and direction required for the Bureau to deliver on its mandate. Recently, the Bureau launched the second Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics, that is 2024-2028. And this national framework for improving data collection, management, and use in Kenya. That is the KSDS 2. One of the innovations in this report, or the framework, is the innovation in data science and artificial intelligence. We want to leverage on this to improve our statistics. It fosters increased utilization of administrative and surveying data across government and the private sectors to support sustainable development. This report, therefore, is a practical demonstration of the use of surveying data beyond the usual basic reports. Notably, it would not have been possible without the partnership, collaboration, and the support of other government departments, and in particular, the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, the UN Women, the World Bank, the National Institute of Statistics and Geography in Mexico, Statistics Finland, Statistics Sweden, SDG Kenya Forum, among other stakeholders. You all know that production of quality statistics is an expensive exercise, and we deeply appreciate partnership and support in making this exercise possible. Therefore, what I can say on behalf of the board of directors of KNBS is to assure you all that we shall continue to put in place policies and measures to ensure continuity in delivery of Bureau products as given in the strategic plan to enable monitor government development agenda. Ours is to produce quality statistics. As we launch this report, we must also acknowledge the invaluable inputs by our data providers. Without their participation, this milestone would not have been possible. To them and all other stakeholders who contributed to this effort, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. In conclusion, therefore, I sincerely congratulate the Director General, all KNBS staff, and the members of the National Statistical System for their contribution in the preparation of this report. On behalf of the board, I reaffirm our commitment to providing the leadership and the support needed to enhance the quality and accessibility of official statistics to all users. Here, we don't want to leave anybody behind. And with those few remarks, thank you very much.
So thank you very much, our board chairman. Kindly let's clap for him. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Benjamin Mushiri, to give us the presentation on the findings of the report. Welcome, Mr. Mushiri. Let's encourage him with a clap.
Thank you so much, Madam Bowen. And good morning, everybody. My name is Benjamin Mushiri, and I'm going to be doing the presentation on behalf of the DG. Because of the way time has run out, I'm going to skip some of the slides, and we have many slides we shall be sharing. So I'll straight go to the second slide. The second slide, please. This one is talking about what is a satellite account. When you are launching the satellite account for film industry, somebody asked whether a satellite account is actually an account that is created somewhere at the crowds. And it's actually an account because the statistics or the area that compiles the GDP is called national accounts. So besides national accounts, we call that the central framework for national accounts. Then we have what we call the satellite account. And satellite accounts are basically done in an area that is of interest to a country. Some examples that I can give of satellite accounts that are done is something like tourism. If you look at the statistical classification for tourism, it's not defined as an economic activity, but tourism activities actually cut across very many other activities. You go to transportation, you'll have the travel, that is tourism activity. You go to hotels and accommodation, a part of it. So you will take all those bits that are spread across, and then when you amalgamate them, you get the tourism satellite account. So in this case, there are two types of satellite accounts. One of them is an account that expands the boundary. There is what we call the production boundary. I'll be coming to it. There is what is defined as economic activity. So there is an expansion. If you expand the boundary, the production boundary, then whatever you come up with is called a satellite account. If you do some sort of reclassification, like the way I've given an example of tourism, then that is also a satellite account. So in this case, a household satellite account is actually an expansion of production boundary, and I'll be speaking to it in a moment. We can go to the next slide on household satellite account. So in this case, we did the household satellite account because we want to value unpaid domestic and care work that is crucial in promoting gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Then the valuation also contributes to realization of various key national, regional, and international frameworks, some of them being the Constitution of Kenya. It talks about equality. We have MTP, we have SDGs, we have ILO, and many other. We can go to the next one. The specific objective of the satellite account for Kenya was to help estimate the economic value of unpaid domestic care work, domestic and care work. We did the time use report in 2023, but the only thing that we showed was how many hours are men and women spending on what activity. So even if I tell you that I've spent 10 hours on a farm, it cannot be equated to GDP because GDP is a monetary value. If I give you hours, then I'm not going to be, you cannot compare. And therefore, the difference between this one and the report that we did in 2023 is that in this one, we are converting those hours that we reported to have been spent by women and the ones that were spent by men into economic value. You convert them. You say if somebody works a whole day is paid 1,000 shilling. If they work a half day, how much is that? And then you then say 500 is how much that time that has been spent is worth. So that was one of the reasons. The other one is that we wanted to establish the share or the ratio of unpaid domestic and care work to the GDP. The GDP, as we know, last year's GDP was about 16 trillion. So if we converted all those hours, what would they be in comparison to 16? And that 16 trillion is minus the unpaid care work. So when you value the unpaid care work, then you have to add it to the 16 trillion for you to get the extended GDP that the DG was talking about. So the next one is actually to get the share of unpaid domestic and care work to the extended GDP. And then the other one, we hoped that we would also provide some recommendation on the way to value unpaid domestic and care work in Kenya in future. The next one, the next slide. So in terms of methodological approach, I know we'll ask why we went to the United Nations Commission for Europe, yet we have UNECA in Africa, but that is the closest guide that we could get to help in our work. Rosemary has also said that we had to go to Mexico, yet Ghana has actually valued, they have up to time use, but they don't have up to the valuation of the time use. And the same thing we found in EGI. So beyond that work, we were actually assisted by Statistics Finland, which is very good in this work, with the support of Statistics Sweden. But of course, we domesticated. We are not saying that we took everything. I'll give an example of where we did the domestication. The next slide. This one, it's important because it talks of what we call the System of National Account General Production boundary, and then we have what we call the production boundary that we measure. And the issue is, we do very many activities. Does every activity that we do constitute an economic activity? According to SNA, some of the activities that we do are actually not economic activity. Like when you brush your teeth, when you take your food, when you take your meals, when you entertain yourself, those are not economic activities, but they are activities anyway. So those ones could be within the general production boundary, but then we narrow down to what we call the System of National Account production boundary. Then, when you are producing, you can produce for own use, or you can also produce for other users. So when you're producing for own use, there are two types of production that you can do. You can produce services, or you can produce goods. If you're farming, you'll produce maize. That is a good. That one we measure within the System of National, it's part of the GDP that we have. But the services that we produce for ourselves, like when you prepare meals in your house, that is not considered to be within the GDP. However, if it's done by a household, it is considered to be GDP. So you see the disparities. And because that is not measured, that is what basically we are trying to measure in the HSA. So if you look at what we have on the wall, we have this one, the light blue, and we have another one there of services. That is production of own services. That one is not within the GDP, and that is what we are trying to measure. This one, we are not including this one that is for voluntary work. So the thing that we are doing here is that we are trying to measure that activity, and that is what is all about the SNA. We can go to the next slide. So this one just gives an example of the exact, not examples, all of them. We have some of the activities are in nutrition services, others in housing services. I'll just run through because of time. The other one is clothing services. We go to the next one. We have care services. Care services about child care, caring for the old. Then we have pet care. This is very surprising because this is the only place where men are doing better than women. Then we have travel services, and then we have management services. What you have done, in statistics, we always have to use what we call classifications. And classifications are important because like when you are talking of economic activities, you want an activity to appear only in one classification. So you'll have agriculture, and all activities that are in agriculture will not be put under any other activity. There is a boundary between what is considered to be agriculture and what is manufacturing. For instance, you have livestock, taking care of livestock, rearing of livestock, that is agriculture. But when you take that bull for slaughter in an abattoir, that becomes manufacturing. It's no longer agriculture. So we use those boundaries to make sure that we are helping in terms of making sure that you are exhaustively covering. And that is why we have listed all those items to make sure that we have covered all unpaid domestic and care work. So the methodology, I had said earlier, we use the UNEC, the United Nations Economic Commission for European, the guide for valuing unpaid. Then we also use the system of national accounts 2008. DG has mentioned that this is the latest that was available until this year. This year in March, we have a new system. It's called the 2025 system of national account. Between 2008 and 2025, hakuna ingine, and I can guarantee you that there is no single country that have already implemented the 2025. So we are still in good space, but that does not mean that we are relaxing. We'll start thinking of how to implement the next one. We also borrowed best practices from Ghana, Senegal, Morocco, Finland, and Mexico. Some of them is just reading the materials, like Ghana, Senegal, and Morocco. But then Finland, we had technical assistance, and in Mexico, we took ourselves there. Now, there are two items that we valued. But let me talk about these first. When you are valuing the unpaid domestic and care work, there are two techniques that you can use. One of them is called output approach, and the other one is called input approach. The water that you are having on the table, it's produced by a manufacturer. There is a price that is put to it. It's probably sold at 50 shillings. That is an output. So it's easily valued for you. But sometimes when you are producing at home, you produced a plate of rice. If somebody asks you to measure, then you'll probably not put a price tag based on what you eat in the restaurant, because there are other considerations for restaurant. Kuna taxes, and you're also paying for the ambience within the room. So at home, the best way that you can measure is to use the input approach. Unasema kuna mchele tulitumia, kuna gas tulitumia, kuna sufuria, kuna hiki na hiki. So that is what we call input approach. And generally, when you are valuing unpaid domestic work, it's very difficult to use the output approach, although in principle it's the best. But I am not aware of any country that is using the output approach to measure that. So we now focus to input approach, And there are two ways of doing it. One of them is called replacement cost method, and the other one is opportunity cost. Let me start with opportunity cost. You have, okay. So if you have two people, one is a doctor, the other one is a teacher, and they produce a plate of rice. If you use the replacement cost, then it means that you measure the two plates using the domestic servant valuation. If the servant is to be paid like 100, then both of them will be valued that way. But if you are using opportunity cost, then you ask yourself, how much would a doctor be paid in 1 hour? How much would a teacher be paid? You end up with a different cost. So we opted for replacement cost. It's the one that is more widely used. Then in terms of pricing, you can use the generalist wage, or what we call the specialist, or the hybrid. We used the generalist. That means that in all cases, we use the wage for a domestic servant. Then data sources, it has already been said. We had many. The main one was the 2021 time use survey. In addition to that, we had Kenya Integrated Household Budget Survey, a series. The one was done in 2005, and the other one was in 2015-16. Then we had a continuous household survey in 2021. Then we already had national accounts. So we used some information from national accounts. And then for international comparison, we used cross-country comparison data. Then, so there are two key items that were considered. One of them is the labor input. I've said that when you're preparing rice, you'll measure the inputs. You'll also measure your labor. So we were looking at how much has been spent. So the main component actually for this is the labor cost. Then the other one, we call it intermediate consumption, or the whatever you use in the process of production. So when we are valuing labor, you are simply taking the total number of hours spent. Sorry, take us to slide 24. I was scared because I was told time inaisha. Slide 24. 24, please. Sorry? Ebu enda tena. They are there. No. Rudi nyuma. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarification. I thought I was being told that time is expired. I'm being reminded that some of us don't speak Swahili. It was lost in translation. So the value of labor, I said that in 2023 report, we had the total number of hours spent on various aspects of unpaid domestic work. Then the only thing that in terms of converting this into GDP was to look for a wage. And this, so you multiply the two, the time spent multiplied by what is the wage rate per hour. Then from there, in terms of where did we get the data from for the time, the generalist wage, we got it from labor force module. Within the same survey that was done in 2021, we had a module on labor, and from that we were able to compute for the different occupation, how much can you, is a lawyer paid, that kind of a thing, and then we use that to value. Then the other item we measured, because I say there are a number of items, but there are mainly two. There is what we call the consumption of fixed capital. In business accounting, they call it depreciation. What are we saying? Is that you have a fridge, you have a microwave, you have a cooker, and in the process of production, they depreciate. Their worth goes down. So when you produce a meal, know that the value of that meal, part of it constitute a depreciation to the equipment that you have been using. So we had two major components that constituted the contribution of GDP to GDP of unpaid care work. So the other item that we measured is the consumption of fixed capital, and that is depreciation. They are measured differently. National accounts actually looks at the lifespan. If it's a building like this, for how long it's going to live, maybe for 100 years, and therefore you apportion the value of this building over 100 years, and then you say every year it's going to, world is going to deteriorate by that much. And that is why we call it gross domestic product. Gross, because you have not netted out the depreciation. If you net out, then it becomes net domestic product. So those are the two components that we did, and that is why we used 2005/6 household budget survey, and then the 2015-16. We just looked at the increase in stock of those items, the fridges, all those. So between the 10 years, you can see how they have gone up. And from there, there is you have been guided by the UNEC on what is the lifespan. But that one we differed slightly, we domesticated. Because in those developed countries, you can find a fridge imewekwa pale nje after 5 years. But in Kenya, we don't do those. So that is why we said that we recognize the Kenyan specificities, how much do we, so in that case, we just didn't take the recommendations that given. We go to the next slide, consumption of fixed capital, the next one. Then we go to key findings. The next one. Okay, now this is the imputed labor. The value of imputed labor is actually equal to value added net. When you add the consumption of fixed capital, then you get gross value added, and that is the share of the unpaid domestic and care work to the GDP. And that can also be from the production side. If you add the intermediate consumption, because we also valued the output, you get the value of output. Let me now go to the next slide for you to see the results. This is what had been done in 2021. Something like nutritional services, this is something to do with the preparation of meals. We are saying that the survey said that women were spending 14.6 billion hours, while men were spending like 2.1 billion hours for that activities. So the total time spent was 16.8 billion hours. Then for every activity, we have clothing, which spent like 4.8. We had housing, which spent like 3.7. Then we had care work that spent 3.4 billion hours. Then we had management services, 1.3 hours, billion hours. Then travel, about half a billion hours. And then for pet care, you see it's also very small hours. It's only 3.6 million. Then total hours that were spent on unpaid domestic and care work were 30.6 billion hours. And this is what we want to convert into monetary values, because this is volume. These are just the hours. We take all the hours that we work on those domestic care work ourselves, we add them up, and the rest of Kenyans, and that gives us the 30.6. Now, when we go to the next slide, now this is the valuation of the imputed labor inputs for the unpaid domestic and care work activities by sex in 2021. I know we'll probably think that this data is old. In terms of level, it's old, because in 2021, GDP was about 12 trillion. Last year, the GDP was 16 trillion. But in terms of the share contribution, it never changes by much. If you look at how much agriculture has been contributing to GDP, it has consistently been between 23 up to 25%, and it is consistent. So even the shares that we get from this, if it tells us that the share is about 20 point something, then we should know, even if that was in 2021, even today, that is probably the same share. And then we can use the 16 trillion now to convert into what would that amount in the current GDP. So the unpaid domestic services, we valued it at 1.9 trillion. This one is What you have there is in Kenya. The figure is in Kenya shilling million. So if you convert this, it is going to give you 1.9 trillion Kenya shilling for both men and women. But women, of course, are contributing much higher because they are contributing 1.65 trillion. That is almost 1.7 trillion, while men are actually contributing 0.3 trillion. When you go to caregiving, men are contributing 31 million hours. No, million, their value of contribution is that 1.7 million, that 1.7 billion, while that of women is about 237.8 billion. And so that is the disaggregated. Then when we go to the next one, this one gives us the total for unpaid domestic care services for household and family. Women, their value of contribution is about 1.65. That of men is about 1.322 trillion. Then the total is about 1.9 trillion. Then for unpaid, again the same. And therefore, the valuation is that the unpaid domestic and care work in Kenya contributes about 2.2 trillion to the GDP. That was in 2021 when the GDP was about 12 trillion, and therefore when you go to the next slide, there is somewhere I had the contribution in figure. It's giving about 23%, but we find it later. In the next slide, this one is, this one here is showing that the total contribution of unpaid domestic and care work was in 2021 would have contributed like 21.3% of the GDP. The equivalent was 21. So then we can go to a slide. We go back. There is a slide that we have not shown. This one here. This one is simply now comparing men and women. And this is where I said it's only under PET where men are doing better, but you can look at the others. Housing, women are contributing 74. In nutrition, they are contributing 87. And the SDG, is it SDG or is it UN Women? We said that it's actually disadvantages women because they forgo opportunities, for example, to go for education because they are spending more time in the house. And this work is not recognized in GDP. Yet, the same work is contributing to our welfare. You cannot live without eating. So, and I think that is why the Beijing Platform for Action insisted that we have to not only recognize, but also measure the contribution of those activities in the economy. So we have done the GDP, then we can go to the next one. This one is actually showing if we were to consider unpaid domestic and care work as one of the economic activities in Kenya, how much would it be contributing? It's second to agriculture, forestry, and fishing, because agriculture, forestry, and fishing is contributing 2.583 trillion. This one is contributing 2.544. So they are basically in the same level. And you'll also find that there could be also other things because we had some weaknesses. Then now we know. We go to the next one. Now, in terms of the activities of unpaid work, the one that contributes highest is nutrition, followed by housing, followed by clothing, then care work, just like that. Then we can go to the next slide. The extended GDP. This one is saying that we have household production. Out of household production, 8.4 is already recognized in the GDP, but 18.7% is left out. So if we are to add, then in total, household contribution would be contributing like 27.1%. So this is the extended GDP, and this is the share when you extend the GDP. In other words, you have the 16, like in, if you want to talk of the extended GDP, I said the GDP that we reported for 2021 was about 12 trillion. And for the same year, we valued the contribution of unpaid domestic care as 2.2 trillion. So the extended GDP would basically be 12 trillion that we reported. You add the 2.2, then you have the extended GDP because it has taken care of the unpaid domestic care work. And I think from there we go to the next slide about, I'll not talk much about output, but in national accounts, we always have to do what is the value of the output. In this case, the value output would be the gross value added plus the intermediate consumption. I mentioned when I said if you are preparing rice, then the rice is those inputs that will be extinguished in the process of production. So you'll consider the cooking oil, the rice, all those things, zenye hazitaonekana tena. So that will be the intermediate consumption. So when you add all those, then you get the value of the output. So for completion, that is basically why we were doing that. Then in terms of cross-country comparison, Finland, their unpaid domestic and care work contributes about 35%. Then we have Ghana, 35. Then we have Mexico, 27, just like that. Kenya, we are somewhere not far. We reported 23.1. And when we go through the limitations, you will. Then let's go to the next slide. In terms of recommendation, we are saying that in future, we need to do standalone time use surveys. They are better for measurement of time use issues. But in this case, because of financial and other constraints, we piggybacked on an existing survey. So it was not the best, but in future, if we are to do, we would want to do a standalone. Then we are also recommending that we should be doing regular updates for the HSA because we recognize that we have the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. If we give them this information today and then they use it for policy, then 5 years down the line, they don't have anything, then that we will have failed in our area. Then the other thing that we are saying is that we are hoping that the findings will be used to inform policy. And I also had one of the speakers say that we need to disseminate. You don't light your candle and keep it under the table. It's good for it to be somewhere that it can illuminate. Then in terms of limitations, we are saying that some labor components were left out because ideally we should have estimated for taxes and subsidies and return on capital. So if we had estimated, probably the GDP would have been slightly higher. But let me also assure you that we also investigated and discovered that there are almost minimal taxes on such inputs by households, and therefore we don't feel like we left out anything big. Return on capital, the same thing. And therefore, the 2.2 trillion that we are reporting, we feel that even if these two other components were added, would not significantly change. Then we are saying that in 2021 time use survey, we only considered those aged to be 15 years and above. Below were not considered. I think you agree with me that in Kenya that is not the case. We involve as young as 5 years. So in future, we might need to consider, if we are doing the time use survey, whether we should start at the age of 15 or we need to start higher. Then the other one is that, it's about the module. And I think the last one is to thank you so much. Asanteni.
You're good. Thank you so much, Bwana Mushiri. You know, this is one guy I met a number of years ago. To be precise, we met on 21st of October, 1990. The first time we saw the gates of a university. So he was my classmate. That time, he was innocently cheeky. He's been a cheeky guy, but I didn't know that our classes were preparing him to come up with household satellite account. And instead of presentation, he was actually lecturing. That's what he has done, isn't it? If I were to do it, I would have presented. But he was giving us the insight. And I think it was just wise for him to deal with that bit, because that is him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bwana Mushiri, for that. That's great. It has been great. As we have said, we are going to ensure that we do more of it. I mentioned that we have gotten a formula of how to go about it. And so instead of using data and comparing with the 2021, where the GDP was 12 trillion and now we are at 16, we'll ensure that we are up to date. So we load the unpaid component to the current GDP. So we'll try as much as possible to provide for that going forward. So at this point, it is really my pleasure to invite the peers in charge of State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. This is our main partner in this. And Madam Anne Wangombe, kindly the chance is yours. And once you are done, kindly invite my peers. Thank you and welcome. Good.
Our chief guest, my brother, Principal Secretary for State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, and allow me to lay down the protocol it established. So everyone from the KNBS, UN Women, country director, other development partners, civil society, private sector actors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. It is my great honor to join you today for the launch of the economic value of unpaid domestic and care work report 2025. Let me give you a story. When I was appointed, initially I used to be with Performance Management and Delivery Services at the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. But then, towards the end of 2023, I was taken to the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. First day, second day, I was trying to learn the acronyms and abbreviations, what CSW is, I don't know, Maputo Protocol, UN, SCR, 1325. As I was trying to learn all that, the third day I was told, you know what? You need to go and give your remarks at the launch of the time use survey, SEMA, Baptism by Fire. SEMA, internal panic. Now, so I went there and I was like, goodness, I don't know the protocol, the acronyms. I don't even know where the good coffee is. But then I realized that I had all the needed qualifications. That is lifetime of unpaid labor. So the warrior spirit in me rose, and I decided to approach that podium with a lot of, courage. And I walked there feeling like a boss because I had done lots of folding of mountains of loudly, I had soothed tantrums at midnight many times, over and above preparing my children to go to school. And you know how difficult it is during the first week when a child reports to school. So I realized indeed I was an expert in the field. So when I received this invitation, I told myself I was going to come very early. And Florence can tell you that I was here 2 hours before time. Isn't it, Florence? Because it speaks to my heart. This report is speaking to my heart. And it's just last week when we celebrated the International Day of Care. So the report could not have been launched at a better time. What is the significance of this report? For too long, unpaid domestic and care work has been treated as a natural private responsibility rather than a productive economic activity. Yet, this is the sector that provides the foundation upon which all the economic activities rely on. This household set-right account, developed through collaboration between KNBS, the State Department for Gender Affairs, Statistics Sweden, and UN Women, provides evidence-based quantification of the contribution of unpaid care to Kenya's economy. By making this contribution feasible, we acknowledge the millions of Kenyans, majority of whom are women, whose unpaid labor provides critical support in child care, elder care, care for persons with disabilities, cooking, cleaning, and other household tasks. This work is not just social responsibility, it is economic infrastructure. And it aligns with the Kenya's national development priorities as outlined in the 4th Medium-Term Plan 2023-2027, the National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment, and the National Care Policy. You are aware we have a draft National Care Policy, which is in the last stages of approval. It also advances our commitments under the Beijing Platform for Action. That's another terminology that I had to get used to. The 2008 System of National Accounts and Sustainable Development Goal 5.4, which calls for recognition and valuation of unpaid care and domestic work. The government of Kenya recognizes that valuing unpaid care work is a critical step towards gender equality and inclusive growth. What are the policy and programmatic implications of this report? Now, the findings from this report will provide an essential evidence base to, 1, inform investments in care infrastructure, such as child care centers, community-based services, and social protection systems. 2, guide the design of policies that reduce and redistribute care work within households, communities, and the market. 3, strengthen labor force participation and productivity by promoting women's economic empowerment. And 4, support targeted interventions for the most vulnerable groups, especially women in low-income households and those living with disabilities. I wish to confirm that our ministry is committed to integrating these insights into ongoing programs, including initiatives under the National Policy on Women Economic Empowerment and the draft National Care Policy, and efforts to enhance women's economic opportunities. I will call for partnership in advancing the care economy, and I want to say this, it is not just the responsibility of the government, it calls upon us all, that is, the private sector, the county governments, the development partners, civil society organizations, the academia, and all communities to work together so that we can invest in care infrastructure. We can also promote family-friendly workplace policies. we can expand social protection and challenge gender norms that disproportionately place the burden of care on women and girls. Only through such shared responsibility can we ensure equitable distribution of care work that enables both women and men to participate fully in the economy. In conclusion, today's launch marks a major step towards making feasible the infeasible, variable what has not been varied in the past. We now have the data and evidence needed to inform bold action and transform how we value care. Remember, we are here, most of us are here, because we were able to leave our children under the care of someone, all our aged parents under the care of someone, all even our people living with the disability under the care of someone. So this care is very variable. I do commend KNBS, Statistics Sweden, UN Women, and all stakeholders for their dedication to this groundbreaking initiative. The State Department for Gender remains committed to ensuring that this evidence translates into meaningful policies and investments that uplift households, strengthen the economy, and advance gender equality. Together, let us continue to build a Kenya where every contribution is recognized, where care is shared, and where no one is left behind. It is now my singular honor and privilege to invite our chief guest, Honorable P.S. Makoha, to take the floor and share his invariable thoughts and words of wisdom with us. Let us stand up, please, and give him a round of applause. Karibu sana PS and asante sana.
Asante. Thank you. We can have our seats. Asanteni sana. As I stand here, I just want to, before I read my statement, to say that I'm one of the representatives of the people who are identified in the statistics when our good brother, Director Benjamin Mshiri, was presenting. He said, in terms of unpaid domestic work, my gender is doing well when it comes to pet care. And I want to confirm that I'm here to represent that gender. But again, I also want to say that I have also had privilege to interact closely with matters to do with gender equality. While serving at the UN, I was very active on a resolution 3225, which, if you look at the pillars, it might look like it's not directly related to what we are doing today, but I want to submit to us that it really ties together and look at the pillar of participation, protection, prevention, relief and recovery. Domestic, unpaid domestic work puts a heavy burden on women, and that limits them from actively participating. So it is tied to resolution 3225, which seeks to ensure we have equality in all. Allow me now to just recognize my dear sister, colleague, P.S. Anwangombe, from the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. I also want to recognize the UN country representative, Ms. Andonia. Allow me not to pronounce the second one. Also in the room, I want to recognize the chair person for KNBS, Dr. Daniel Mwirigi, together with the DG KNBS, and applaud you for such a wonderful task and work that you're doing. In the same note, I also want to appreciate the DGs from the sagas under our State Department. Those are DGs and CEOs, the DG for VDS, the Executive Director, Kipra, the CEO, NEPAD. I hope I've not missed any. I thank you for even joining in this. Allow me also to recognize Ms. Florence Sievuo, Executive Director, SDG Kenya. Senior government representatives present, development partners, the civil society, members of the fourth state, other people represented, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This afternoon, I'm greatly honored to join you today at the launch of this first of a kind landmark report on economic value of unpaid domestic care work in Kenya 2025. Let me begin by commending Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and the development partners, notably the UN Women and Statistics Sweden, for their timeless effort in providing the technical and financial support towards developing this inaugural report. The report is informed by the creation of the household satellite accounts that provides a robust framework for quantifying and valuing unpaid domestic work. It has brought forth valuable findings and recommendations. If you listen to our director, Mwirigi, recommendations that will guide the government, us, in steering the country's long-term socio-economic development. This report is not just a statistical publication, but a bold step towards, one, redefining how we understand and value the invisible work that sustains our households, communities, and economy. Two, the report is a call to action. And three, it is a foundation for inclusive economic planning, especially for our department, and sustainable development. That's why, distinguished guests, I want to submit to us that statistics is important. Why is it important? Is a fundamental public good that plays a critical role in one, shaping policies. With these, policies will be shaped. It ensures efficient public service delivery, and hence it supports our inclusive growth. Let me touch on the MTP4 as a government. That is the medium-term plan of the Vision 2030, which runs from 2023 to 2027. Under the midterm plan 4, the government has committed to do the following: develop a national care policy informed by the 2021 Kenya Time Use Survey data. It also commits in that plan to set a set up a household satellite account to determine the economic value of unpaid domestic care work, domestic and care work, undertake periodic time use survey that will enable us to update the established household satellite accounts and thus continue to track contribution of unpaid work to the economy. Therefore, the launch of this report is indeed a demonstration of the government's dedication, not only to planning, not only to having it in a plan, but fulfilling the national commitments by implementing what has been planned. Internationally, the report advances the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, notably the SDG 5, Target 5.4, that seeks to recognize the value unpaid care and domestic work through provision of public service infrastructure, social protection policies, and promotion of shared responsibility within the household and family as national appropriate. Ladies and gentlemen, the findings of this report are both illuminating and profound. When we listened to the presentation and keep on referring to the statistics that have been presented by Director Mshiri, that in 2021, the unpaid domestic work and domestic and care work, if it were compensated, would have amounted to 2.5 trillion, an equivalent of 23.1% of Kenya's GDP. This is a staggering contribution, greater than the combined gross value added of manufacturing, electricity supply, water supply, and construction, which constitute the industry sector. Let me pause there for you to absorb that. It would have contributed more than those sectors. So consequently, this report, dear friends, reveals a stark gender imbalance. Women bear the disproportionate burden of unpaid domestic and care work. Particularly, we saw from the statistics from nutrition services, care, and household maintenance. This burden limits their participation in formal employment, limits their participation in matters to do with the productivity, and continues perpetuating the cycle of economic exclusion. This should not be allowed to continue. This report is a milestone to us in a journey towards gender-responsive economic planning for our State Department. Notably, the findings on the evaluation of unpaid domestic and care work is a tool for policy transformation. And I want to submit to us that I mentioned about KIPRA, and KIPRA already is doing work on care policy and women economic empowerment policy, which they'll be assessing their implementation under together in partnership with Gates Foundation. So I believe as a State Department, work already has been drawn for us. So it's a call for a paradigm shift in how we design our policies. It calls for us to look at how do we design our policies. It is also a call for us to look at how do we allocate resources and how do we measure progress. We should now move from recognition to action. Here we're just recognizing. What are the actions? And this is what I propose. First, we should invest in public care infrastructure through affordable child care, elder care, and disability support services to reduce the burden of unpaid care work. Friends, I have had opportunity to visit developed countries, and part of the money that we talk of diaspora remittance to our country, the highest coming from the US. You allow me to submit to you that most of the diaspora remittance from the US comes from people who are in the industry of caregiving. We need to change. Number two, we should promote gender-sensitive labor policies, that enable flexible work arrangements, paid family leaves, and equitable participation in workforce. And to the gender that I represent, we need to do something. It starts with me. Third, we should integrate policy action on the recognition, reduction, and redistribution of unpaid domestic and care work into our national macroeconomic and social protection frameworks, ensuring that care work is shared equally within our society. In KNBS, you're doing very well. Through the director, Benjamin Mushiri, I think you can help us to blow that trumpet very loud so that we are able, all of us, to resonate with it. Distinguished guests, I don't want to take much of your time, but I just want to say that at the launch of this report, it is the beginning of the new chapter in Kenya's economic planning. And as a State Department, we commit to do the following: institutionalize the household satellite accounts and ensure its regular update through periodic time use surveys, and that the DG has already said it. Strengthen interagency collaboration to disseminate the findings of this report at national and county level to inform planning, to inform budgeting, and inform policy formulation. Champion the recognition of unpaid domestic work and care in our economic discourse and development priorities. Finally, let me conclude by commenting all of us, the stakeholders, who contributed to this exemplary national duty. Your efforts have laid the foundation for transformative change, and I want to call upon all of us, the stakeholders, both the state and non-state actors, to join us on this transformative journey to ensure that the unpaid domestic and care work is no longer invisible, but integral to our national development agenda. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, our chief guest, for the insight that you've shared with us. He deserves another round of applause. Please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, normally when you cook and your food is not consumed, then there's a problem. I'm very happy that this far that we have come, we're already seeing the policy briefs coming up. And I'm happy that my colleague, the ED, Kipra, Dr. Elder is here, listening very carefully, and actually supported by Dr. Nancy. I know Nancy is in the room. Nancy Nafula is somewhere. Yes, she's over there. When I see the two, now I know that we are in the right space. Things are going to happen beyond what we have done here. And this is what we really cherish. That statistics put into good use, that's what is going to help this country. And that is what is going to give us determination to soldier on with or without resources, we have to do it because then we have a formula of how to go about it. So thank you so much, our chief guest, for the insight that you've given us. Thank you, team. I think we are now just getting to the launch where we request our chief guest who will be moving there with the team to help us do the launch. I told you, the Women Economic Empowerment Index, which we did the other day, and I'm happy Professor Judy Waudo is here from Kenyatta University. That is a project that has been under her, and we have managed to do that report very well. Now, combining that one with what we are launching today, there is so much work that is set out for us to deal with. So I would request the chief guest and team to move over there. We'll be guided by Rosemary on what to do next. So kindly, let's just move. Rosemary, I think you need to take the mic to tell us what to do next.
Yeah, thank you very much, DG. A clap for DG. Yeah, so here around the launch booth, we shall be led by the chief guest, but then together with our PS from the State Department for Gender and all our guests, let's just come around the booth, and then our chief guest will lead in cutting the ribbon, and then we can see what is going to unveil right inside there. So I think we are ready. Kindly have the scissor, then, yes. So I think we are ready now. So now we go. So thank you very much. So I think we are going to start, and then we are going to display the books. One more book, if it's there, so that we can have all our guests with the books, and then we can have a photo session. Oh, yes. Okay, so we can move to the podium for a clearer photo.
Let's do it at the podium.
So kindly let's go up to the podium, yes. Yeah, so I think we are ready now. Yes? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think kindly we can have our seats shortly. Then we can have a brief question and answer session chaired by Mr. Benjamin Mushiri. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Bowen. I want to request the national accountants and everybody who worked on the HSA just to come here. I would want you to be seen. People might think I'm the one who came up with this thing. And actually, I had a team that was working behind the scene. Batia, Kanabel was also there. Musimi, I saw you with us. Everybody who worked on the document, kindly come here. Mukolwe, don't be left sitting. I want us kuharakisha, tuharakishe. Sorry? Baldwin. Yeah, but I want to introduce them first. Harakisheni. Bowen, you're also there. So this is the team. This is the team that worked on the beautiful publication. So even when you see myself being very proud up here, I'm proud because of these guys. They know better than I do, and maybe I should introduce them. George Wadegu, Siombua, Emily, Abuga, Oliver, Kanabel, Joshua Musimi, Hiram Batia, Praxidis, Beatrice, and my sister Bowen. Asanteni sana. Now we can sit down. I'm reminded that if you want to download the publication, you just scan this. I think every table has got this QR code. If you want to download the document, we only had a few hard copy publications. We'll probably be making a few others, but I think the best is for you to scan this and have a copy. And the answer is, because I gave an example that you have a doctor, you have a teacher, they have both prepared meals. And if you use the specialist, then for the doctor, you will say that a doctor is paid 5,000 per hour, and therefore you use that wage rate to...
Which covers, for example, time taken to be able to get the amenities into order that contribute to... For
the first one, you already know that it's uploaded on the Bureau's website, and I'm sure it's also going to be uploaded in the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action. But the question is very important, that because there are some people who will not be reaching to those websites. But we have, the plan that we have, although we don't have the resources at the moment, is that we need to go up to the subnational level. That to mean to go up to the county level. And so we have some plan, and one of them is to go to up to the sub-county, to the county level. The other, of course, is uploading in our website. But I agree that we need to do more. So we'll also take that challenge to think of other ways of doing the dissemination. Then the State Department for Water basically is commending the Bureau. One of the issue is about KIPRA on issuing policy brief. And I think there is that intention, because even the ED KIPRA was around, but because we get in touch with them, we will, when we get an opportunity, we will tell them that there is not that need. You have also put it rightly, the issue of water collection and how much the time taken by women and children. And actually these are the issues that the whole time use analysis helps to address. The need for country comparison, I hope, Batia, you have heard that. I don't know whether in future we will, because you see even the Constitution acknowledges that planning should be done even at the county level. So if you don't give them the data to do that, then it becomes, you are not giving them the input that they require. So we'll take up that challenge and we will have a look at that. So I hope najibu maswali vile zinaulizwa. I'm hoping that I'm getting the question and answering them. If I have not answered your question properly, that reminds me of a time that I attended a presentation by a professor. And then after the professor did the presentation, another one asked a question. And then after that, the professor answered. And then the one who was answering the question was asked, I hope I have answered your question. And then the professor said that your answer was very, very, very good, but to a different question altogether. My question was, then he repeated, but I hope in this case I have managed to answer the question. And if there is any other question, we shall take it. And if there is none, then I will hand over the mic to my colleague, Rosemary, to give us the next, or the way forward, or what we do from here.
So thank you very much, Mr. Mushiri. Can we clap for him? Thank you very much. I think you have handled the questions as asked. And mine is just to appreciate that you have sat all through, you've been with us. Just a way of appreciating all of you. So thank you very much for coming very early, and thank you for listening through, and thank you for making this occasion a success. I want to give a vote of thanks, and the first is the National Treasury, which is our mother ministry. We want to appreciate that you have supported the success of the production of the Household Satellite Account Report, which is the first of its kind for this country, and also the state departments and the agencies under the National Treasury. Want to appreciate the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action, where we had our PS attending this meeting, and also the other officers. We want to appreciate the KNBS board led by our board chair, also KNBS top management led by our DG, and all the KNBS staff that were here. We appreciate the UN Women led by the country rep and all the other staff that were here. We want to say thank you very much for the kind of support in terms of technical and even financial support that you have given for the success of the HSA report. We appreciate Statistics Sweden that have been with us for many other activities, not just this one, but so many others. And we thank you, Peter, for always being there with us. We want to appreciate World Bank. We received funding from World Bank to be able to develop, to carry out the Kenya Continuous Household Survey, where we were able to place a module on time use. We want to appreciate the SDGs Kenya Forum. Thank you. The CEO has sat here through. And even in the workshops where we've been developing the report, we have had SDGs Kenya Forum sitting with us and providing even the financial support for the production of the report. Oxfam was with us when we were launching the time use survey report. They supported us also financially. We have the Gates Foundation that has been supporting gender statistics initiatives through the UN Women, KNBS, and other actors, we want to really, really appreciate the Gates Foundation. There is the National Gender Sector Working Group on Social and Economic Empowerment. It covers a wide range of actors. We want to thank you very much for being with us. I don't know whether there is any organization or any group that are forgotten, but you are not forgotten. Thank you very much for turning up this morning, for reading through the report. There are even institutions that even peer-reviewed the report to make sure that it is flawless. We want to appreciate you. We appreciate everyone that was able to come here very early in the morning. We appreciate the journalists and even those that are dealing with the system. We want to say thank you very much. We want to say thank you for the civil society organizations. It is not that you had nothing to do this morning up to this hour, but you've been with us, and we know there is much that you are doing on the ground to ensure that our society becomes a better society. We want to say also thank you for all the women and the girls. I think these are the ones that are bearing the biggest burden. If you heard about the statistics in terms of the time use, 4.5 hours women and girls are spending every day to do domestic work that is not paid. The men are only doing 54 minutes. Thank you for the women and for the girls. And all those that responded to our questions when we went to the households. Sometimes the questions that we ask as KNBS, there are so many. There are so many questions. If there is anyone else, we want to appreciate you very much for supporting the process. We appreciate the service providers. We appreciate also the hotel for hosting us in this place. So everyone that is here, we say thank you for ensuring that this activity has succeeded and this activity is broadcasted and is shared so that it affects how we make policy, it affects how we make decisions, it affects even our monitoring and evaluation of programs that we have put in place to make the life of Kenyans better. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I'm going to make closing prayer, then we can be able to disperse and go back to our places of work. We appreciate you. Let's stand up and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon. We began with you in the morning. We want to thank you for the deliberations that have happened in this particular forum. We want to thank you for every part of the program that we've been able to go through. We want to thank you for the launch of this report that has only one reason: to be able to improve the quality of life in our country, even to be able to help the policymakers to sharpen the policies and even the programs that affect us directly. We want to thank you even for everybody that was able to turn up, that have been able to spend their time here. We want to pray a blessing for each and every one of them. We thank you for our development partners, oh Lord. We want to thank you for the government. We want to thank you for all the stakeholders that have been here for this important event. We want to thank you also for the hotel. As we disperse to go back to our various places, we want to pray for journey mercies and your divine protection. For we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. So thank you very much. Have a safe journey back to your offices. Thank you.